Greetings, folks. Coin here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You could call me any of those. And, I'll recenter this to be in front of the icon in a second, but I am gonna make my face slightly bigger. Actually, what I should probably do with this is go to filters and just turn off the masks. For the moment. I'll reapply that mask in just a second. But, welcome back to another episode of Blasphemous. This is all the, pre-Blasphemous stuff we're doing today. I've got 3 things I want to show. I know, my message said, my Discord and my tweets didn't really say anything, but I do have 3 things. Also, I want to thank Rasby for having the 3 consecutive streams watch this month and sparking a watch streak. Thank you. I'm not sure how I should treat these little milestones yet, but I wanted to go ahead and demonstrate a couple of things. Hi, I want to offer promotion of your channel, viewers, followers. Oh, no thank you. We're gonna time that out for a long time. Well, I do not take bribes for viewbotting. That's against Twitch terms of service. It will get me banned permanently. But here I am flashing a Discord screen at you instead of actually talking about what it is I want to talk about. So first, it isn't fully up yet, but I have a Patreon. It is not a big Patreon, nor do I expect anyone to actually use it. The purpose is to show you I have one, and I want to discuss some stuff, just so, when we get ready to, I guess, consolidate some benefits, like people who are subbing on Twitch are getting the same benefits as people who are on YouTube or using Coffee. I'm trying to, like, create a consistent reward system. Right now, I would say that's one of my bigger problems, apart from, you know, content delivery, which is, like, my top problem. But I want to discuss all the small stuff so I can get to delivering the content you actually want to see. So I kind of want to go over tiers. They're themed based on the Discord server. So main idea with the retainer tier, just, you guys can read, but because the text might be small, my dock is not a good my screen dock is not a good indication of size. But it looks small to me on my display. Pretty much, if you guys do use the system, I will figure out when I want to shout you guys out. I don't know if that should be at start of stream, at end of stream, or what. But I will shout you out because you're worth it. You're cool. Especially for using Patreon for $1 a month. The recommended amount is 3, by the way. So I'm doing it on the cheap. This tier, you don't even have to buy in routinely to be at this tier. One month will get you access to the Discord and any bonus content. So if I decide to stream stuff to Discord, which will be my next topic, then the Discord community gets that. That doesn't mean it won't come to YouTube. It's not always necessarily Discord exclusive, but they will have bonus content, stuff that may not be available to the average viewer. I'm trying to incentivize people to use these things, and that means coming up with exclusive stuff. Senators tier, you get everything in the previous tier, and you get voting power. So, I am not, this is also kind of a, if you want me to do a marketing switcheroo, price the next tier after Senator at 4, I put it at 5. Why 4 though, out of curiosity? That would mean that it's very not worth it to make the switch. Well, it depends on the benefits. Really, if I'm being quite honest, these benefits really aren't worth the payment. But everyone's got to make their bread. Everyone's got to be able to buy bread. So apart from the bonus content, you get the ability to pick the game. Well, I say pick, but it's more like vote. So allow me to show you guys what I've been working on. So this is my Discord server. A Twitch Prime sub gets you in here. $1 on coffee. I'm still in the process of adjusting the coffee, or I would show it to you. Or, you know, the retainers tier. All of those things get you access to the Discord. And in the Discord, I have channels that... I think we're good. There were only 175 drop frames, but I wanted to wait until they stopped dropping. So, if you guys want to vote in here for content, I have a channel that only people with the correct, or rather, only people at the standard perk designation is going to be able to see this when we get ready to conclude games, because we're getting close to beating Blasphemous. This is why I'm bringing this up now. We're getting close to beating Blasphemous, which means it's time for another game. And I have said before that I would play Elden Ring, but I don't think that's fair to people who are paying and or buying in to see the content. I want there to be some audience selection. So instead, I have a channel for this. Your $3, I'm not sure how this is going to work out on Twitch yet. I still have to figure out whether or not those reward systems have to be synchronized or desynchronized. Let me make sure I'm not missing messages here. If you want to buy a bag of popcorn, and a small bag is 3, medium bag is 6, and a big bag is 7, people who are tempted to buy the medium bag will buy the heavy bag because of the perceived value. Right, because you're getting more for... you're basically getting a higher price per unit on the content. I see what you're saying. Out of all the psychological tricks, well, subtle psychological manipulation to make people buy, I found this one to be very effective. When having multiple tiers, having an expensive tier with more perks, slightly more expensive than a previous one. I guess I'll need to reevaluate what is in the Valkyrie tier. Hi, yes, I based my character off of a Nordic god. I was going to throw a reference to that eventually. But yeah, I will consider that. This is not set in stone, but this is what I'm wanting to show. At the Valkyrie tier, you get everything in the previous tier, plus you get the opportunity to collab with me. Now, for the collaboration, that is going to be you need to pay in to get that benefit, like each month. I don't want to set the same precedent for that tier. Call it a defensive business perk. Too bad Steam Deck is out of stock. I wanted to give that as an example. Yeah, I hear the Steam Deck's actually pretty popular, which is a good thing. A lot of people were expecting it to be a flop. There were 3 options. Third option was a ton of value compared to the middle. Makes sense. Yeah, you were wanting to provide a real example, but overall it was still effing expensive. Yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna stream regardless. You guys don't need to pay anything. I'm just glad you're here. And I'm gonna make my bread, whether this is being paid into or not. But I wanted to try to provide a better reward system than I did previously when I streamed, which maybe was a grand total of a Discord and 1 or 2 other things. I've got a lot more shiny bells and whistles now. How's YouTube stuff going? Oh, it's going great. Granted, I'm not the most consistent on YouTube yet, but it's going. But I do have a while. I gotta make 4K. I gotta have 4K, I think, subs? Something like that. I have to go back and look at the YouTube partner again. For the time being, anyone who's on YouTube or watching the YouTube content, should go check out the Twitch channel. I know I'm saying it here on Twitch when it should be directed to people on YouTube, but this is going to be a visible VOD. Promise. Definitely go check out the Twitch page. I'll probably also put a PSA about this in a Twit longer or some other medium. Something to that effect. For the record, my name on YouTube is Swirling Vortex 09. Only the S is capitalized, everything else is not. Which is why there's kind of a problem. It's much easier when you've got the same YouTube and Twitch name. I'm still evaluating that. But I wanted to make sure I talked about the Patreon. I do have it. I gotta get the... I have to fix stuff for Discord before I can actually fully implement this. But everything can be jury-rigged to work for the time being. Most of this is stuff coming from me. The only thing that's unique that I am not making myself out of this is the Discord. And I can just funnel that link directly to you in a message or something. At least for the time being. That's number one. Number two, if I go back and look at my announcement. So, but I know it's kind of taboo to boot another game. Before, to boot another game while we're already marketed under a, or not marketed, but already streaming under a previous title. But I feel I need to do this so that people know what kind of game we're looking at here. This one may or may not be Discord exclusive. If it isn't Discord exclusive, it'll probably be going up on YouTube at some point. I'm just going to boot it up real quick. I would find it funny to let people on your Discord for free, but to be able to chat at all, you need a role, which requires at least a $1 tier. I'm not going to do that. And like I was saying before, I don't know when you popped in, but really the only one I'm going to be really strict about needing continual payments for it is the Valkyrie tier. The other ones, you only need to pay once, and you're good. And the same will be true for coffee. And as for the Twitch subs, I have to figure out where I'm going to price those benefits, because there's a big difference between, $1, $3, and $5 US, and, I don't know, $4, $9, and $24.99 for Twitch. I have to figure out if those can even be equated together or not. Because if not, then it makes no sense. And I know, the game is loud. I'm about to turn it down in a second. Let's see. I can only go so low on this. So what I'm gonna do is head back. Now I know, Twitch subs will be difficult to monetize properly because each country is a different price as well. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is like, not only is the valuation of like perks difficult, no, I'm not wanting to load anything, although I guess we can. So, to sort of explain myself for this, don't worry, we'll be streaming Blasphemous shortly. We're not going to be here long enough for that to matter. Welcome to Fallout 3 plus Fallout New Vegas. The Capital Punishment. It is a mod package that you can get from... If I get my eyeball on it. It is a Wabbajack mod package. Wabbajack is basically a mod package installer that comes with its own instructions per mod package. So, for example, if we came over and browsed, I don't know, the most common one is Skyrim Special Edition. I will read that sentence in just a moment. We can literally sift through a dozen different mod packages for Skyrim, Anniversary or Special Edition. They all come with their own instructions. They all have their own mods they have in common, and some mods that are unique to each one, separated by tag, or at least Um, at least somewhat organized by tag. Um, Fallout 3 and New Vegas Capital Punishment is uh, is basically one of those mod packages, and it comes with a lot of sweet features. The idea is that we're going to be sorry, I'm suffering through a bit of brain fog. Bear with me. Um, the idea is to just show, hey, if you want content that you might not get on YouTube or Twitch or maybe Trovo or something along those lines, if you want to be part of that community, the Discord's going to be where it's at for some stuff. And on Discord, I'm going to be a lot more relaxed. And by that I mean I'm going to be I might not be so tight-lipped. I might cuss more, for example. I'm not going to say the Lord's name in vain or go MF this or MF that, but I might loosen up a little bit. The idea is to sort of provide a completely different atmosphere when I stream stuff on Discord compared to YouTube. And of course, I'll have to get the Discord right, which is what I'm currently in the process of, and I think compared to when I last tested things with you, Raz, um, I think I may have deafened myself during the testing process. I'm sorry, muted myself during the testing process. So we'll have to retest it later and see if my settings are correct. But we can do that later when you're perhaps feeling better. Speaking of sickness, I do hope you are feeling at least marginally better compared to when we last talked. Now let me go back and read this. It's good to do stuff ahead of time, but I feel like your effort would be better addressed to people who are here for a while now. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm merging sentences. If you improve the way you get people in, I agree. As always, for me, I know part of it is I have to change my watch habits. Like I have to network and vegetate at the exact same time. When I'm sleeping at night or I'm lounging during the day and I'm not playing a game or going over lab stuff, I'm on YouTube. And considering I'm my main platform is Twitch, that's not going to get me anywhere in terms of traction on YouTube, like at all. Granted, I've gotten 192 or some odd views for YouTube, but I have to change my watch habits so that I'm networking more. I know that's one of my problems, and I am rectifying that. It just takes a lot of time, and especially because I'm a busy college student, and I'm also still grappling with some self-guilt, like some self-imposed guilt. Today you didn't feel sick nearly at all? Good. I'm glad to hear that. Sickness is always a trying experience. Twitch is great for maintaining, not gathering, unfortunately. Yeah, that's what I've heard, and it seems to be correct. Unfortunately, I'm kind of a Twitch main, so I am going to have to reconcile that difference somehow. If you can make YouTube shorts or content people would look for, that would be cool. I've thought about shorts, and granted, I have to get a lot better at my editing before I can really do that. Like, I know they're 60-second clips or less. Like, YouTube shorts are short. I don't know the first thing about that. And YouTube shorts are kind of like the TikTok videos. And I don't do TikTok either. I don't want to infect my phone with Chinese spyware. But that's a whole different can of worms. If you manage to research this whole area of how to get people here in an ethical way, you might find something that's easy for you to do and effective. Yeah, I'll look into it. Or something that requires perhaps small changes to get there. Exactly. I will look into it. School's been rough, and I know that's an excuse. It's all excuses. Absolutely all of it. But on top of just school, I have also been dealing with a personal problem. I would say the worst of it manifested a month ago in like early February, late January, but I'm still dealing with the remnants of that guilt. I can explain more about that once I've finished getting this set up. I don't think it's an excuse. Depends on what your goal is. School is important and school is draining. Prioritizing school is not an excuse. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I am glad that you're in my corner regarding that. Just gotta resize this icon. Maybe kind of like that. Just get it all. I normally wouldn't waste time doing this on camera, but I want to get it right, and I'm already late anyway, so I'm gonna do it. I might as well take the time to be perfect or close to perfect. Yeah, and honestly, I keep saying, yeah, honestly. Let me try to change up the sentence a little bit. It's not just college, but yeah, it is draining. It is very draining. Cell biology is very hard. I have to memorize so many things. I have to memorize the forward and backward process for glycolysis, gluconeogenesis, photosynthesis, which includes the Calvin cycle, the electron transport chain, and not just know how it works, but like memorize every catabolic step. Which enzyme catalyzes what? Which direction is it going? Etc., etc. Like, pyruvate kinase is at the 10th step of glycolysis, and it's what actually generates the ATP in glycolysis. Which enzyme is your favorite? Probably hexokinase, because hexokinase is the enzyme that catalyzes the very first step in glycolysis. And it's non-specific. Like, they're a whole family of kinases, and they all kind of do the same job, and they don't just work on glucose, they also work on lactose and I believe sucrose, which both enter in at the same initial step of glycolysis. But that's neither here nor there. People came to hear about, slashing swords and true guilt, not glycolysis. I'm a nerd, but even I can recognize when that subject matter might be boorish. There's a reason I don't talk all my homies like hydrolases enzymes. Oh, you meant the class of enzymes? I'm less good with those. I think for me, I probably like the transferases, or transferases or like reductases. It's one of those. Well, no, they're both classes, but they're involved in separate kinds of reactions. It's cool stuff. I do like learning about it. Take whatever you learned in general biology and crank it up by 10, and that's kind of what this class is. But it's a lot. And it's not just... Because it's a 3000s level course, it's an upper level majors course. It's not just about understanding how it works, right? It's one thing to say, this is the 10 steps of glycolysis broken up into 3 phases, and the last phase is what nets you your ATP and your other required molecules. It's if you know that, then you should be able to answer a question like, if an amino acid sequence in the enzyme changed such that it was this amino acid instead of that amino acid, what could you expect to happen? Is something changed pyruvate kinase? I keep going back to that one because it's the one that sticks in my head. If something happened to that kinase, would it be able to do its job? And the answer, of course, is it depends on exactly what kind of amino acid is being substituted. Are you substituting like for like, a polar amino acid with another one? Or are you making a Are you taking a polar charged portion of that amino acid and rendering it non-polar, thereby changing the affinity of the enzyme to bind to its substrate? If you do that, then most likely that the enzyme's function's not going to work. Right shape, right sequence yields function. Always, in proteins, even misfolded ones. The only difference is misfolded proteins have a completely different function, usually a deleterious one, and it's chemically contagious. Proteins tend to like that. Maybe it's a kinetically stable intermediate. I said hydrolases because I wanted to say like the same enzyme as you do. I don't even know the enzymes, but I thought it'd be funny, so looked up the enzyme types, found an image, had a word with H, and assumed that's the one. I actually don't remember. Let me do a quick Google. I still don't have these memorized, by the way. It's quite a struggle, really. Let's see. Enzyme class. It is an allosteric enzyme, but yeah, pyruvate kinase is a hydrolase. So by random chance, you ended up being correct. But that's just kind of the point. Cell bio is a very taxing class. Also, we don't need to be here, but yes, we do need to find the rest of them. Good. Are you gonna let us see you anyway? We're gonna get out of here as quick as we can.
Penitence one, my name.
Because the images of naked child orphans is probably not a thing we want to be seeing. Yeah, also the warning about the game being graphic and gory still applies. So if you're here not expecting that at this point, K-dub shrug? I don't know. Just shrug, I guess. And then to talk about the guilt, because that's the other thing. Also, I don't know why, but I feel like I can't hear myself. Alright. So sometime in October, I dropped the courses from my last term. I dropped the last one I had. I took an F on it. I had a lot of stuff going on. I had to help someone. I basically had to help someone house sit. And not just house sit, but like house sit a person who I wasn't sure could take care of themselves or not. She was diabetic. She was missing parts of her toes. She was kind of a big chunky person. Nothing wrong with that. Just I'm stating the observation. And I figured I was probably going to have to help take care of them. So I dropped. I also had some other issues going on, but I had a friend that I was taking the same classes as. And I thought at the time, well, we took Cell Bio and Organic Chem 2 together. Or, I'm sorry, Organic Chemistry 2. Let me make sure I'm not abbreviating things too much. And sorry, I'll get to the fight in a moment. I just want to get this initial thought off my chest. I thought I would give him space. Because those classes are hard. He should study. I just didn't say anything. And him and I had exchanged phone numbers. I was trying to make a friend. And because I didn't say anything, I kind of pulled whatever support system I was part of from underneath his feet. I essentially ghosted him for 2 months. And I was like, okay, class is over. It's December now. This happened in the initial ghosting happened in October. And I decided I would resurface something called submarining in December. So I sent him a text when the term finished. I'm like, hey, how did your term go? doing a general check-in, and I got nothing. And he is kind of already known for not exactly responding to the first text you sent. So I'm like, okay, I'll issue a few more. Probably check up on him in like once a week or something. And still nothing. So I'm like, okay, what did I do wrong? Because I actually wasn't aware that you could ghost friends. I didn't know you could do that. I thought ghosting was a strictly romantic term. I looked it up. No, you can ghost anyone at any time. And that's when the guilt set in. And I sent him a message. I guess I'm kind of finishing the story now. I'm sorry. So I sent him a text. I'm like, hey, I realized I made this mistake. I ghosted you. I'm sorry. Can we please maybe talk about this? Just I'm trying to right the wrong. You're very familiar with being ghosted? I'm very sorry to hear that. Because it's not fun. Because the people who you're ghosting have no idea that they're just being ghosted. It doesn't matter how noble the intention was. It doesn't matter what reason you ghosted them. You leave them in that emotional, psychological vacuum. It's damaging. It's harmful. Still nothing. This was 2 weeks into January, and then the guilt continued to set in. And so I was like, hey, I moved to an email instead of a text. Like, hey, I know that I did this horrible thing, and I'm deeply sorry. I'm not going to ask for forgiveness because it isn't mine to ask. It's yours to give. I'm using the exact statement there. I would like to meet up with you being my previous friend, and like we should discuss a few things, at least get some closure for the two of us, and find out if we just need to move on, or you would be interested in starting over. I was amenable to either, and I concluded the email by saying I would understand the silence. I deserve it. I was an awful person. I was the evil person in this case. And I would take the lack of communication as, okay, you're just upset. You have every right to be upset, and it'll be my time to peace out. And I've been dealing with the guilt of that for it'll be going on 2 months now. Like long-term guilt. And that guilt, it's like a cross stapled to your back. What kind of significance did that person have? They were someone I was trying to become friends with. They were a classmate that I was like, hey, or sorry, not like, hey, but I was interested in getting to know that man better. And he and I agreed to exchange numbers, text each other, maybe hang out, get to know one another better. Like the process of becoming friends with a person, right? And I think there was about 6 months where we were talking back and forth. The chap is also just very busy. He works 2 jobs and is a full-time student. And he's like quite a few years younger than me. So he's hustling. I get it. So the worst part of it is I don't even know. Because when you ghost someone, they don't know what they did wrong, if they did something wrong, or what's happening. When you're trying to resurface, you get that experience back. Especially if that person is busy all the time with upper level classes, the same kinds that you're taking. And they work 2 jobs, one during the weekend and one during the rest of the time. at two very different shifts. So I have no idea if he's read any of the 6 texts that I sent or the email, and I perfectly deserve it because of the fact that I ghosted them. It's just desserts. So I'm carrying a bit of guilt from that, and I guess I just haven't quite forgiven myself yet. I'm not sure I ever will. I don't think I've ever been consciously aware of the fact I've ghosted someone before, and I realize that it kind of sounds childish, but just to put this in perspective, I'm not a neurotypical individual. I don't process my emotions the same way that most people typically do, and I try to be a respectful, forward-thinking friend. You said you were feeling guilty for what you did. It reminds you of the 5-year period you were banned. Yeah, I suppose that kind of does put that into perspective, doesn't it? But in your case, I was able to eventually forgive and let go. And I suppose this is the same thing, only this time I'm the guilty person. I'm the evil person. No matter what I did, no matter what the reason for what I did was, it was wrong. And I have to accept and own up to that, which I do, but the part of it is the guilt. That ceaseless, never-ending guilt that just never goes away. Some days you're good. Other days it flares up and you just want to curl in bed and wish that you never, ever, ever opened your eyes for the rest of the day. It's bad guilt. But you guys didn't come here to hear all that, although here I am yammering. Let's get into the fight. I recommend just living through the guilt. Well, I have to. I mean, the alternative is death. Like, be aware of it and sink in that negative emotion. I am. The way I like to handle things is by compartmentalization. It's kind of hard to describe my own way I like to sort my emotions. It's almost indescribable, but basically, it's not just putting stuff in a box and locking it away. I have a variety of different kinds of boxes in my headspace. Being ghosted is affecting you at work. For me, is talking to new people. Yeah, I'm trying to do that too, and that is kind of helping. But to finish my explanation, so it makes sense why I'm feeling the guilt for as long as I felt the guilt. I have a variety of boxes in my headspace that I put things in. Some things that I know are resolved or that I might never resolve, I put into the box, and those I lock up. I always have the key for that in my head. Again, all this is psychological stuff that I'm trying to describe. For me, ghosting never affected me. If you spent your time with other people, well, that's the thing. With some other things in my headspace, I know I'm going to need to be aware of what I experience again. I need to be keenly aware of it. And so I don't put it in a box. I don't put it in a box and tuck it in the back of my head. I don't do that. I keep the box right out in front and experience the negative emotion. I almost purposely hold on to it so I don't forget. And part of the reason that I'm holding on to that guilt, I guess, is that I'm wanting to resolve things. I'm looking for closure. I don't want to forget that that's what I'm doing. I see him on campus sometimes, and it's always in the back of my mind that if I were to bump into him, I would have half a mind to ask right then and there, after saying, "Hi, how are you doing?" is, have you read or dealt with any of what I said? Did it mean anything to you? I'm holding on to it, holding on to that thought, looking for closure. And I hold on to stuff like that precisely so I don't forget. I routinely take it out of the box, is another way I should say it. Yeah, and I also try not to just put the emotion, like bottle the emotion. I used to do that, but of course, as I've perfected my coping methods, you get better at realizing what's unhealthy for you, and so you try to find ways to do things your way, but also be healthy about it at the same time. Granted, compartmentalization is not the healthiest thing in the world, but you could argue this for all coping mechanisms, so I'm doing what works for me. K-dub shrug. You don't experience guilt from something you did, but sometimes you get really affected by some weird cringe thing you did a few months or years ago that nobody remembers. Yeah, I guess I carry almost that level of awareness myself. Both me and my sibling do this. We hold on to stuff for, I would say, a lot longer than the average person does. That's neither good nor bad thing. That's just an observation. And really, it's me, more than my sibling. And I suppose the other difference is my sibling seeks therapy for it. I don't. I haven't found a good therapist yet, and my insurance ain't exactly good. But that is a whole separate bucket of worms. But if it was something truly profound, I remember it for multiple years at a time, perhaps even a decade. I've carried some things with me for over a decade, and that kind of, it's usually the stuff that sticks with just about anybody. But for me, I hold on to the fresh emotion, like, more. There's like the lingering emotion that happens afterwards, and the fresh emotion that's happening as you're experiencing the event, and that fresh emotion is what I try to hold on to. About 9 months ago, you were very close to committing suicide. Around that time and ever since then, 3 of your very close friends stopped talking to me forever and blocked you. With many, many months, I managed to accept that and doesn't affect me anymore. But you didn't think you could accept it? Yeah, I suppose that's the thing about very deep, painful emotions like that, is that you don't know if you'll ever recover. But as long as you don't go out of your way to die, like to put it as Preston Garvey says in Fallout 4, he didn't try to off himself, but he didn't really care about living. I didn't care about living. It's one of those. It's that hollowness. You don't think you'd think you'd be that hollow person for a while, and then suddenly well, maybe not suddenly, but gradually, at a rate too slow for you to notice, you move on. And I'm going through that process now. I don't want to say this is here's a probably harder thing I got over, so now you should easily get over. Yeah, we're not trying to make comparisons. I understood that. But I appreciate the clarification, because some people definitely might see that as, here is my issue that sounds more profound than yours. It's all about perspective. You and I are responding the exact same way. Or I should say, I would respond in a manner similar to how you responded to me. You're using your experience in order to relate yourself to what is being talked about. Like inserting yourself in a conversation. And the perspective, the individual's perspective is the difference between it being a competitive insert and a non-competitive insert. But we've spent probably 25 minutes here at the Scion of Abjuration. I want to actually move past the screen, so I'm going to do that. If you have the same thinking pattern as me, you probably end up analyzing more of the structure on the thing you have to do than doing the thing. Doing would be experiencing the emotion. Well, that's why I want to be careful. I did say similar and not the same, but yeah, I'm going to focus on doing stuff, but at the same time, I've thought about it for a while, and I'm sort of determined to get closure. That's how I'm going to move on, is closure. And that means, for better or worse, I need to confront the ghosts of my past and not let them be. This advice helps me in a lot of cases, not necessarily in your case. Yeah, that's completely fair. I take your advice under consideration, as I do with anyone's advice. I intend to invest too much in permanent upgrades and do too little. Although recently it got much better. Good. Glad to hear that. It's usually a sign of growth. That's the thing. Humans never stop growing. Ever. And those that claim they do just haven't found a situation that forces them to grow or change somehow. And I suppose this might be one of those situations for me, is having to assess my own emotional strength. And people know the routine, by the way. I typically don't, talk during these. So any talking I do is a bonus. Baby alert. Speaking of alert, I guess I should have been paying attention to the Wicker Woman there. Yeah, for those who don't know, the boss ain't the baby. The boss is the Wicker basket. Like the Wicker statue. The Wicker statue is holding that baby. There's lore about it. And essentially the woman who was the mother of that child, ended up getting, arrested or, grabbed by the church and tried as a witch and burned. And one of the things that she did was pass her baby off to one of the people who was overseeing her burning, her witch fire, in other words. And they took her child, put it in the arms of the wicker basket, wicker statue, and it was as if it came alive and started to move. The wicker statue was kind of in her likeness, so it's kind of like her false mother. I'm probably getting some details about it wrong, but it's like a pretty ghastly story. It's really dark stuff, even for this game's standards. Exposito is probably one of the darker ones, along with, the lady of the charred visage, but at least in the lady's case, there's some, historical allegories that are used as a reference. It's one of the more on-the-nose references. This is just, gruesome in terms of the game. It is simultaneously interesting and disturbing all at once. Baby alert. Yeah, if you get grabbed by the child being held by the Wicker Woman, you are dead. Although the baby ain't killing me. It's me being stupid. It's even in Ascension. Exposito. Also, I'm finally starting to get the name down now that we're, you know, close to finishing, or kind of close to finishing the game, because I keep wanting to say Despacito instead of Exposito. I've always referred to it as the Scion of Abjuration, specifically to avoid the mix-up and any references to, you know, Despacito memes. But, Exposito is not a genuinely hard fight. Despacito, baby? I know. Exposito is the name of the wicker statue, by the way. I don't know what name the child got. If at all. I don't even think the game's lore mentions a name. Ow. Yep. I like that that's a little bit better telegraphed now. It wasn't so well telegraphed before DLC. I cannot catch a break. I'm spamming, I probably should not be using Tiento to your Thorn Tears. That's the prayer I'm using. I should not be incanting that as often during this fight as I am. I should probably be using Seda Dolorosa. Since we're getting 2 hits most of the time, you have the knot at a portion of the of Exposito's body, as well as Exposito's head. You can get 2 hits at once, and you get double the prayer effects for it. Because you never actually damage the rest of the wicker statue in the meantime. I want the baby way over there. No more baby sightings, please. I want it in the back. Alright, when I get the period to damage it next, it's prayer time. Ah. Oh yeah, that green ring projectile is Ascension exclusive. Like, as in New Game Plus exclusive. So if you haven't beaten the game before, you don't really see it. At least that's my working memory of it. I didn't see it during my first playthrough or during the New Game playthrough on camera. And we're back here. No, I take that back. We've been through this passage multiple times in multiple playthroughs, but this is probably the first time in which, come on, like, grow for me, branch. Up here should be another, yeah, another Child of Moonlight. I should have used the ranged attack for that. Also, we could totally change our stuff back. So how's everyone doing? For those who've already answered that in a previous conversation, you don't feel forced to answer it again or anything like that. But, I myself am doing okay. I'm a little better today, apart from the... I had to help with some grocery shopping. I put this out on Discord, and I believe I put it... No, actually, I don't think I put it out on Twitter. I take that back. Only Discord got that message. For those who weren't in the know, I would have gone live about probably an hour earlier, but I had to end up helping with some grocery shopping. And the grocery shopping wasn't... It was supposed to be light, but it ended up not being so light. The woes of going to a grocery store and realizing you need a few more things than you think you needed. So, I think it took us the latter portion of like 35 minutes to be done with the grocery shopping, when the estimation was like 20, accounting for like driving time. And then, of course, I was driving with my stepmother in the car, and my stepmother had her right shoulder operated on. They had to attach a part of her bicep to her shoulder. It had apparently been torn off. So they re-anchored it to her shoulder in a different position. And she wasn't allowed to lift much of anything. So that means... And I don't know how she did that, by the way. I still don't quite really understand it, but needless to say, she's going on like a month and a half now of recovery, having to do shoulder exercises, and not really being able to lift anything more than like an apple or something in her right hand. So that means I'm pushing the cart, I'm grabbing anything heavy like a bag of baking potatoes, or... Nice, I died. Or a bag of baking potatoes, or... like boxes containing anything more than a 12-pack of like Debbie's snack cakes. And the brand of snack cakes that are on America's store shelves everywhere. Yeah, if it was any heavier than that, even a milk jug, or something along those lines, I had to carry that. Oh my god. So, for those who don't know, we're on the final Penitence, and one of the features of the final Penitence is that your Tears of Atonement go on the guilt fragment, or essentially your bloodstain, for those who are more familiar with Dark Souls. And if you die with your Tears of Atonement on the guilt fragment, the bloodstain in other words, you don't get those back. They're gone. So like if I retrieve my guilt fragment now, I have no tears. That's in the upper right hand corner of the screen, and it represents like the currency. Yeah, I lost whatever I gained from there, and I wasn't really paying attention, so I kind of have no idea what I lost, if I'm being brutally honest with myself. Speaking of, like, injuries, going back to a previous conversational topic, has anyone ever experienced a particularly heinous injury before? For me, there's a... I'll try to get the camera close. Right there. Nope, here it is. That divot in my head. Right there. That's a scar. Scar running this way down my, sorry, that's not very indicative. Down this way? Yeah, good chunk of my head, well, not a chunk of my head, but, like, it, like, split open. I was a dumb kid growing up. When I was 7, I, climbed up the back of a plastic slide the wrong way. And those plastic slides that are round, they're like, it's a tunnel slide, so it had a lip on it. You could climb on that if you got your footing right. Yeah, I bonked my head on that. Came right open. Had to go to the hospital, get 7 stitches in my head. That's how I remember. I have 7 stitches up front. I don't know if they were the evaporative kind or not. But, yeah, I will never forget. Also, I lost my enthusiasm for tunnel slides after that. course, I'm much better with them now as an adult, but I didn't really play on the playground the same way after that. And this was at a daycare center. I should have said that. This wasn't just any playground. This was a daycare center's playground. So that there were people watching. People whose job it was to watch. It's not their fault. It's mine. It was my fault. Camera's a bit to the right. Thank you. I appreciate that. What am I trying to do now? When you get to talking about things and you just start vegging out on the game you're supposed to play. I believe we are supposed to be... If I go back and look at our items, because our items tell the whole story. We have the key grown from twisted wood. Right, so we need to go talk to the... We need to go talk to Diosdado. That's right. But yeah, that was kind of like one of my more heinous injuries. I suppose the other one, yes, I have more than one. Most humans do. When I was 13 or 14, 14 sounds about right. My dad was on post in the state of Georgia. He was at Fort Gordon. He was stationed there for a while. I would visit every weekend because my mom and dad were divorced. And he had already met my stepmother at that point. We had gotten bikes, like bicycles. And the living residence on Fort Gordon that we were staying at, like the military housing for families, had a hill. You come in, you take a left, and it's kind of like one big circle. Where if you take a right after you come into the housing, after you pass the playground, you'll eventually be taken up a hill. You'll like take a few twists and turns, and then ultimately end up going up on a hill which curves back around. The house that my dad was staying at the time was yes, we know about the key. We're gonna give you the key. So if you were to take a left after coming into the housing unit and then go 2 streets over, like past the first street and take a right on the second, in that there's a lane that passes. There are multiple like streets that pass inside the ends of the loop, if you will, because that's kind of what I'm talking about. You come in and it's basically a circle with many intersecting streets. We were on one of those intersecting streets, and I would take that bike, and I would go up, and down that giant hill that was, I guess it was like it's more like an extended hill. It was like a quarter of the amount of space that like the square miles that the housing residences occupied. And one day, I rode down that hill a little too fast, and I went tumbling off that bike. I think I might have been going like 5 or 6 miles an hour, maybe a little bit faster. Had skids on my knee, arm, and my shoulder. Well, no, legs. Mainly arms and legs. I'm trying to remember. This was a long time ago. I'm 30 now, excuse me. This was like 16 years ago. And I had to walk back to the house. Back to where my dad was staying. And I had to go sit in the bathroom and have iodine poured over those 3 spots. I would say the skid patch was probably about... I'm gonna have to drag the camera. Bear with me while I do this, folks. You might not be even able to tell without me turning off the filter. Hang on. I know, flattering view. And let me... I like how the focus on the webcam, but the webcam is less than 10% of the screen. I know. I'm going to fix it. Also, I'm fairly sure there's a transform going on here. And I just have yet to figure it out. Okay, so... I know this is kind of horrible for perspective. But my arm. Specifically my elbow. Oh, let me try to get this. I'm terrible at piloting cameras, by the way. If you couldn't tell. See that divot up front? That's kind of where my elbow is. It was on that, like, entire fist-sized shape of my elbow. And about the same, in about the same place on my knee and spread out over my leg. It was bad. I was bleeding a lot. You know, actually shrink this back down. And put the mask back on. Again, I want to make sure I'm giving people the game's real estate, and that means being clever with my webcams, so I'm not taking up parts of the screen people care about. And I doubt people are going to care about the portrait of the... I'm probably a bit too low to the ground. Yeah, I sat and cried for an hour as iodine and ointment was being, like, slathered on those areas. And I just cried and cried and cried. And it hurt. It hurt bad. It wasn't as bad as the stitches I got when I was 7, but it was pretty darn close. The only other thing I could think of was I used to be part of the Boy Scouts. This was like between the ages of like 7 and 10. I don't remember the exact time. But one of the times we... let me go make sure I'm not missing messages here. Worst injury you had as a kid was when you fell off of a scooter onto your knee when you were 9. Actually, I have a scar on one of your eyebrows from when you were extremely little. And just don't remember anything about it. Yeah, the back of my head. And apparently my left side has 2 other scars. You could tell that head injuries were really common with me in my childhood. One of them was basically like a month after I was born, I ended up bonking my head on the back of a table. And, you know, I just got a gash right there, and I had to go get like 6 stitches in the back of my head. There's a notch in the back of my head where the injury still kind of is. The scar is actually pretty cool. It's an option in some games to customize your characters with such scars. I usually don't like to put scars on mine. Too bad it's not that noticeable. Yeah, eyebrows, you'd have to have a pretty bad scar for it to be noticeable. Thankfully, in my case, the only one that's really noticeable... I have hair in the back, people. I'm not bald. Is the one up front. And even then, really nobody asks about it anymore. Oh, yeah, since it's kind of like slanted off to the side, people would always refer to me as like, you know, Professor Potter or some other such stupid tripe back then. Because it kind of looked like, it wasn't a lightning bolt, but it had the same angle, same shape. People really kind of thought it was one of those kinds of scars. And it wasn't. I had another concurrent story going on, and then we got on the topic of scars.
Penitent one, approach this face of pale. You stand, they claimed, and for this they betrayed me. Now that may your compassion, one of them can be found in a place inhabited by bone. The other can be found in a dried up sea. Find my eyes, penitent one.
Yep, that's basically telling us to go kill Isadora and the sea serpent boss. And we will get the last wound of contrition, the 4th wound of abnegation, I think it is. This story, you said, it could be some kind of YouTube content if you get an attractive title or thumbnail. I know, this game has such good art. You could really turn it into some pretty fantastic thumbnails. I just don't have the skill for it. I'd have to like buy some Fiverr classes and try to get better at that stuff. That's one of the reasons that the edited YouTube content kind of dropped off. And the same with the Twitch stuff pertaining to the Adventures of Verano. I was never very good at editing, ever. Anything I learned, I kind of cobbled together. I don't think you have to pay to learn this stuff. No, but what I mean is I have to teach myself. I have to take the time to teach myself, and I have less of that now than ever before. Because school and other stuff. So I'm trying to find a balance and all of that. But I'm learning to find a better one. And I will... Twitch is a plan C. Like, plan A is whatever I'm doing in college, which is working toward a biodefense specialty for my degree. But if that doesn't pan out for whatever reason, I'll get a job, a regular one, and I will try to work out the stuff with Twitch. Be a better Twitch content creator, way better than I can manage right now, because I'll have the time to do it, kind of. And yeah, I know quality stuff is out there, but thank you for the reminder. It is nice to have assurance of these things. Getting back to the YouTube content. I know how to like snip clips. I have basic editing skills. I know how to add a transition, but it's like, what kind of cut should you make? What kind of transition should you use? How long should those transitions be? Those things that you kind of have to get a feel for. The stuff that isn't just procedural. I like it when there's procedure. I like it when there's a nice hard rule. For example, if you are measuring stuff in a physics lab, there's a hard rule about the uncertainty of the digits. So when you make measurements in a physics lab, let's say you're using a meter stick, and you measure something to be, I don't know, 60 centimeters. Your uncertainty would be 60 centimeters plus, yeah, I'm wanting to get better at higher level decisions. The art of it. The science of it I can figure out. The art, not so much. And unfortunately, the art is just kind of the thing you have to do by feel. Also, I have to make sure I stay motivated throughout the entire time I'm editing and not get frustrated. Understand that there's a lot of tedium in the editing process, and you're often having to undo several rounds of edits. Sometimes just to get the one you like, or the one you think other people would like. Yeah, and not having mastery over the art of the decision making is a very demotivating thing. Which leads me to not wanting to do it. And so when I don't want to do something, I tend to piddle around and find other things to do. It's a subconscious thing I've noticed. I don't have to be... I acknowledge it. I'm aware of it. But when I'm actively wanting to avoid things, I find that I want to do something else. Even if it's something as small as a sub-optimization on... I don't know, let's say Patreon. Even something as small as a website, something I'm more familiar at doing. I would rather do that than do something I don't want to do. If you feel overwhelmed, think of the next step. I always operate with a direction, not with a goal. Yeah, I'm a very goal-driven person, so I'll have to adapt my thinking. Because if I operated that way every single time, I wouldn't get anything done. So I have to change that for the better. So I'll take all of what you say under advisement. It's a skill you build up? Yeah, exactly. I take the immediate action necessary to go into a direction, not to have a goal. That's the thing about those STEM classes. I mean, for anything that doesn't have a hard deadline. Yeah, exactly. With all the stuff I do at college, it all has a hard deadline. So I can't just... I'm a very goal-driven person because I have to be. But this is not that. And I have to remind myself of that. But even for deadline stuff, you probably observe some form of that. Because you've figured out the system that works for you. And I need to change the system so it works for me. And I'll get there. It's just going to take a lot of time. And in the meantime, I have to field people's complaints until I address them. So if someone says, hey, you should probably change this or that, it could take me... okay, I'm getting really quite broad with it. It depends on what the complaint is. If it's something like, hey, you should, I don't know, put a timestamp here. That might take me a day to do and resubmit the video. That kind of request should probably take someone, I don't know, accounting for upload times and render times, somewhere around 4 to 8 hours. It might take me a whole day to do. I'm just kind of slow at that stuff. And that is a me problem. I have to get better about that. And I am. But I'm just slow at it. I suppose that's the other thing. If nothing else, I suppose this is a good opportunity to sort of plug this in. In terms of stream entertainment, if nothing else, I am persistent. I had a 4-year hiatus. I could have easily stopped streaming. I didn't. I held out hope and finally decided to do something about it. I am persistent. Time is only one more factor I think about when it comes to taking action. Or not. It works both ways. My strength is my weakness. If speed is your problem, as it was for me, when trying to learn, attempt to do vertical slices instead of horizontal slices of content. Would you mind elaborating on that more? I know you're probably doing that, but just to get the question out there, because that's a very specific frame of reference you're trying to make. Oh goodness, and I'm overdue for an intermission. We're gonna finish fielding this conversation, and then I'll probably try to take a break. I'd say around 1:30. I'm sorry, 1 hour and 35 or 40 minutes into the stream. While we're waiting on that conversation to percolate forward, it is not where I wanted to go. If hypothetically a video is contained of titles, transitions, and on-screen text, instead of focusing to get perfect titles, get the bare minimum of each category as fast as possible. Never get stuck on a specific thing, but keep moving. I see what you're saying. I do that in my real life. I do lots of little things. It usually leads me to getting sidetracked, but you have a focus when you do that. Your videos will suck, but it won't be demotivating anymore, and it won't feel stagnant. Yeah, that's a good way of operating. I'll try that sometime. I should probably write that down. Unfortunately, all my stuff is on my gaming computer, so I'm just going to take a hot minute and put this... I don't know what the heck this all is. I have to work on getting a screen for this. I probably should have used the intermission screen for this. But this is kind of what I do if I'm really wanting to write down something specific. Yeah, I have a private Discord server that I use specifically for storing things. You advise making screenshots of what you wrote, if it helps. Yeah, I should do that too. I'll do both. Try to engage multiple forms of building memory. I find in my older age I have to do that now. My memory is a little bit less eidetic than it was before. I know, I'm 30, I'm not old, But I am starting to approach what people would call middle age. Where is my snipping tool? My snipping tool, the snip and sketch. Nope, that is not what I wanted. My apologies. I got something obscuring my chat. Okay, I've taken the snip of it. Win Shift S for making a screenshot without a snipping tool. Right, I usually like to make just specific portions of snips. I make really tiny snips. I have to use the snipping tool a lot for my physics labs, as I generally have to cut out the irrelevant portions of the scans I take. Even with scanning tools, sometimes it's not enough. So I've gotten pretty proficient with the snip tool. Win Shift S will let you pick a small portion. Ah, I know what you're telling me. You're telling me Win Shift S opens the snipping tool. That's what you're saying. Got it. Actually, I should write that down. I'm going to take a snip of that. Win Shift S. It's like opening the... Oh, I'm not getting the snip right. Okay, good. Try the shortcut. Yeah, I just did that. You guys just can't see it because I'm technically doing this from the streaming computer, but I could show it from the gaming computer. Sure. So if I wanted to take a snip of something, Win Shift S. Yep. So it just opens the snipping tool. It just doesn't show on like the taskbar. So I could like make a snip of that, and I guess it'll put it in the... I wonder if it automatically saves to pictures. So if I go back and look at pictures, yeah. So it just... Nope, that's the incorrect one. Nope, also not correct. It puts it in the clipboard. Okay, so I have to do something else if I want it to be... actually stored. You have to put the control... Oh, I see what you're saying. So if I wanted to do this... Obviously, I'm not, because I just took a snip of when something was posted. But, yeah, if you hit Control V, like Raz is saying, it puts a snip of... It puts the attachment from the clipboard into the chat prompt. That's actually really cool. Thank you. Thank you for that. That'll be immensely useful. Makes my work faster. I'm not quite a dinosaur with old technology, but I am surely getting there. I had to have a classmate tell me about DocuSign, because I wasn't aware that you could digitally... I knew you could digitally sign documents, but I didn't know there was a program for it. I figured you have to kind of get fancy about it. No, you just pay for service, and you can... send your sensitive documents back and forth to people who need to sign them. They put an electronic signature on it, send it back to you, and you can fax it to wherever, or email it, or print it out, or whatever. It's a really nice feature. It does cost money per month. It is a subscription, but if you're a college student, you kind of want to have ways to digitally sign your documents. I just kind of think it's kind of a scam. You should be able to do that without paying good money into it, but that's a me problem and not anyone else. I never ever save images. I missed a few sentences. I never ever save images locally in order to post them somewhere on Discord. Sometimes I take those pictures from my phone. You guys probably kind of caught a quick snip of my specific pictures tab on Discord, and a lot of those are like pictures of my lab stuff, and those I take from my phone because they show up in color a lot better when they're a phone scan, as opposed to... I'll turn your attention over here, but behind the let me try to move it around. That is a printer. That is an HP Envy Inspire 7900. It is a color printer. And the, oh, it's a very nice color printer, but boy does it not take notebook scans too well. I have to keep my notebook intact for my physics final, because I get to bring that notebook into the final. It's basically practical. So I can't go tearing sheets out to scan them easily through the printer. If I could, like if I were operating in a chemistry course, I would do that. Because what we turn into our instructors is a carbon copy, or from a copying notebook, a duplicator notebook. In physics, you don't do that. You keep everything in a computation book. So it's not really super feasible, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So I'm kind of like floating between systems. Once I get out of my physics courses, I could probably just stick to one method of printing and completing my documents rather than having to learn a whole bunch of different methods. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, we're really quite overdue for a break, and I do need to stretch, is we're going to take one right now. I'm going to make this a 5-minute break, approximately. I tend to be somewhere between the 4 to 6 minute range or longer. Feel free to get up, stretch, get a snack, a drink. I'm hoping I'm not... I think I'm a little bit too far to the left. Okay, right there. During the break, I'm going to play a 90-second ad, so definitely feel free to at least get up and stretch for that long. You're not missing anything. And I know nobody likes the ads. I don't like them either, but I do them because that's part of the system on Twitch now. If you're an affiliate, if you are a partner, then you've got either contracts or you've got incentives for ads. You get paid out through ads, so that's why I do them. And it keeps the pre-roll off of the middle of the stream. That being said, I've rambled entirely too long for a 5-minute break. I will see you guys at the end of this somewhat extended commercial break. I am so sorry about that, folks. I'm back. So, we've taken our first break. We've played our ad. Now is whoops, that is the wrong screen. Let's fix that. Got a little bit of shelling I'd like to get out of the way. First, I want to thank you guys for stopping by, for the conversation, for the engagement. It has made my job easier today. I hope to continue to provide you quality entertainment. He says as he is trying to fix his seat and providing very unquality entertainment. Okay. That should make things a little bit better. I felt like I was sinking a little in my seat, and I was. I'm glad I checked. So, just to kind of finish the shill, if you guys like the content, easiest, freest ways to support me are following, leaving a follow, letting me know you like the content enough to come back again, and making sure you share it with your friends. Share it with anyone you think might be interested. I'm always looking to meet new, fresh faces. I'm an extrovert. I love talking to people. I'm not the kind of person who necessarily creates conversation out of thin air, though I do that because that's my job. But generally, I'm a person who seeks conversation, and if people are talking to me, I will talk to them. If people are being rude, that's when I'm going to avoid them. Needless to say, those are easy, free ways to like the content. Check out the YouTube. Go check out my Twitter space. It's pretty benign in terms of what I've posted. I have a Twitter timeline on my About Me page that you could literally see what I tweet when I tweet it. If you are a prolific Twitter viewer, those are just easy, free ways. Financial support of any kind is never obligated, but you do get some sweet perks should you choose to use one of the many avenues that we have in order to obtain or get that support, give that support, excuse me. If you're doing it through Twitch, we have four tiers of, like, perks. Out of them, the first two, the ones people care about really, are properly developed. If you guys want access to a private community, use your Amazon Prime. You might as well use it. It gets you 6 emotes, one of which is animated, by the way. Although, it's not a very good animated emote. It is at least animated. You get emotes just for following, by the way. That's another reason to follow. Like 2 emotes. You get a hat, and you get a smile. You get a smiley emote. You get a custom one. You can share that literally anywhere. But you get more if you follow. Also, we have channel points. You get double quantity. If you sub, you get a better rate for your sub at $4.99 is all you need in order to get rid of the ads. If you're like, hey, I don't like these ads, a Twitch Prime sub ain't gonna cut it. Twitch has fixed that. You get that. You get a Twitch Prime, a free Twitch Prime sub with your Amazon Prime account. So they don't want to lose money. That's a huge loss for them. Understandable, really. But as a result, your Prime only gets you so far. You want no ads? You want no ads here? $4.99 or better. We'll do it for you. Of course, not pushing you toward that, and that's not the only benefit you get. Besides that, you do get access to the Discord, which, for the Discord, as long as you've paid in once, you're in for good. In terms of the other perks, well, that's on you to maintain them. You don't get the emotes if you don't pay in. The Discord, you only need to do once. But the emotes, you need to keep making a maintenance payment to get. So, and I certainly understand not wanting to make those payments. Trust me, I'm trying to make $1,000 stretch over the course of 6 months. And I'm not doing a very good job of that right now. So, trust me, I know what tight money is like. It's basically like the equivalent of getting by on $150 US or less per month. Granted, I don't have to keep a roof over my head, but my point is I understand what tight money is like. You being here is enough. It's more than enough for me. But if you want to get other sweet rewards and help me out a little bit in the process, definitely feel free to engage in one of the many other avenues we have for support. The Twitch page does not have access to the Patreon. That is something I will be changing soon. I'm just trying to get a few more things ironed out. I'm going to have to talk to the Discord support team for a few of those things. But once I get those all minted out, I will be able to finalize the reward pages, get them all centered, and then we can move forward as a content creation community. If you want a way to donate that does not have fanfare to it, there's no fanfare, no emotes, no pizzazz, nothing. You're just like, hey, I want to toss a couple of bucks at this guy for whatever reason. It could be any reason or no reason at all. You can check out the coffee link. You can literally throw me $2 for anonymously. Like, I'll know what your coffee identity is, but but that would be about it. That Pepe face is gold. That made me laugh. Yeah, other than that, the rest of it is going to have some kind of fanfare. So I guess what I'm trying to say by pointing all this out is I have a ton of different levers you can pull depending on what kinds of perks you do and don't want. I'm constantly trying to look for ways to renovate the top tiers of support. That would be your $9.99 tier and your $24.99 tier. Those are bigger chunks of money, and outside of doing Patreon level benefits, I'm not really sure. I'm constantly trying to renovate that space. But honestly, I think the best bang for your buck is either the $4.99. You get some pretty sweet benefits just at the Twitch Prime tier, or the 1/2 sub tier, or Patreon level benefits as well. I've done all the shilling I think I'm going to do. Check them out or don't. Your choice. I thank everyone for being here as always, and all of your donations, all of your monetary tribute goes towards benefits for you, not to mention, not only benefits for you, but also equipment for us. Mixing boards, the main one's a mixing board, extra consoles, extra software, etc., etc. It's all useful. None of your donations are ever wasted. Ever. Unless, I guess, we have nothing we're working towards, and in which case, thank you for allowing me to get a cup of coffee on the house. Appreciate it. But I digress. I've waxed poetic enough on donations. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching the ads, if you've watched them. I do get a few cents on the dollar for that. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for just being here. It means a lot, especially given that I'm kind of an old content creator who's come back from I wouldn't say recently, I've been maybe back for half a year or more, but I was gone off the radar for a long period of time, and I didn't really deserve, I still don't deserve, the people who have stuck by me over the years, and the people who've even come back for one reason or another. I don't deserve any of that, but I'm thankful anyway. Thank you. It means a lot. Also, at the end of stream today, we are going to do a gifted sub giveaway. I'm trying this out for once a month, around the every 15th or so. I do a random roll based on the number of active viewers in chat. And I sort of make a determination on who gets a gift sub. I gift the sub to you personally. It is a gifted tier 1 sub. And that means If you were paying attention. No, I digress. I'm kidding about my delivery there. A gifted tier 1 gets you into the Discord. A gifted tier 1 gets you 6 emotes. It gets you no ads for a month. And you don't even have to worry about any of that. This is my way of giving back to you guys in a way that I didn't know you were. If I didn't know you were very verbose, I would have believed that you really cared about advertising. I do to an extent, but yeah, I'm just a naturally wordy person. So if my 5 minutes of ads are annoying for the intermission, this is way worse. I'm sorry. I know. I'm spending entirely too much time about ads. I just wanted to get all the shilling out of the way. I should have probably spaced that out a lot better. I just wanted to get all that out there. I need to change out relics. But yeah, at end of stream, look forward to that. And I do the gift, not anonymously, but I do it off stream. So I'll roll for it, and then I get in contact with the person. I just feel the need to mention that shilling at this level is very overkill compared to the amount of active people in here. Yeah, that's probably true. I'm still trying to master that. That's one of the other things I'm trying to get right. Along with many other things I'm working on. But, I should probably try to space it out similar to how... there's a content creator who goes by the name of Bosch and Roll. He's a Magic the Gathering content creator for YouTube. He kind of does these short, like 30, 45 second blips of advertisements every so often throughout his videos. About at the end of every 2 matches or so of Magic the Gathering online content. He kind of does the shilling that way, and I should probably try to get good at be concise and not trying to cover my ass 50 different ways. Excuse my French, by the way. Just to make sure I don't offend somebody trying to shill. That's honestly a lot of the reason I'm verbose, if I'm being honest. I'm constantly trying to make sure I don't say something that offends someone else. I watch my words all the time in my private life. I have someone who is very sensitive to the way things are framed and discussed. So I'm just used to being wordy. I'm also highly verbose, and now you understand what an impact it has on people. Oh God, when you're a case study for why something is wrong, well, yeah, I guess take it from me. You know, maybe don't live in fear so much. And I should probably work on that myself. In my case, I have people in my personal life that tend to be very retributive. If I don't frame things correctly. Even innocuous words, which, when they take on a new meaning... For a while, I wasn't aware that saying the word monkey was a slur. I had to learn that was a slur. And because of that, now I have to be careful when I'm wanting to talk about the animal. I have to make it exceeding... What? Clipping? I am so clipping this. What are you two giants doing? Where is this? Clip that. Clip it right now, Twitch manager. Get on it. My Twitch manager routinely doesn't like to take clips, so... I'm sorry. What? And hitting them doesn't undo it either. Please tell me they're not glitched. Okay, they're not glitched. That's good. Yes. Get the devil out of my house. Get these spirits that have in like, I don't know, possessed these giants out of my house. Where is that clip? I need like a on-hand circulation of the clip from JonTron where he's like holding up his crucifix. What is it? Takeshi's Challenge, I think it is. It's the YouTube content where he's talking about Takeshi's Challenge, and there's a scene where whatever is going on in that game is so profound that he does a bit where he is waving around a cross, and he puts the game cartridge in the trash. It is quite the bit. I love it. Well, I mean, they made this easy for us. I have no problem just sitting there killing them. Do you have any more game, or are you gonna end on that note? You have more. Okay. That would have been hilarious if they had ended on that note. My point is that verbosity is good, but make sure it's spent on stuff that's perhaps... Hold on. It's not spent on stuff that is not interesting, like shilling. Yeah. I'll work on it. I want to make sure I'm listening to my audience. You're probably the first person that has said that, though. So thank you for making me aware. I mean that. I, of course, do try to think about that stuff all the time, but when your native mode is being a extremely verbose person, perhaps you don't... I'm not that great at getting in my own head that often. I have to think about it, like being metacognitive. I focus in order to be metacognitive. I can't always actively do that. So thank you again. For those who are kind of wondering what we're on, some stuff is a bit strange, I don't think people would feel comfortable to tell you that you should shill less. They would likely leave instead. Yeah, exactly. And I should be aware of that just by the sheer viewer count or some other metric, right? Or I should just already be taking that into account. Then again, I'm a strange person. We want the Seta Dolorosa here. Yeah, I can see why that's strange. People probably think I'm dense. And in all fairness, I am a dense person. I'm an airhead when it comes to social cues sometimes. Where oftentimes even my sibling has to be like, this was so obvious. You're the most verbose person I know. Yeah, I'm not very efficient with my words. It's a skill I'm constantly working on, and it seems like I never make any progress. For the reasons I mentioned earlier, by the way, of just constantly trying to watch my words. Make sure I don't accidentally say something. I don't accidentally say something that's offensive. I have done that a few times. I think the fact that I talked to you when I was much smaller with some other person who was pretty verbose, you also ended up verbose because nobody thought otherwise. Right, exactly. Like, people are a product of their nurturing or an environment. And if you spend your time in that environment, you end up looking like it at the end. I feel like verbosity is purely the act of framing your thoughts in a way that they can be said immediately. Yeah. And a lot of filler, too. Point Crow does this in a different way. It's not that he's, verbose. It's that, that's a YouTube content creator, by the way. It's that he uses a lot of filler, and he's constantly... If he isn't taking the time to put the filler in there, there are literal pauses where he has to think about what he's going to say. But usually it's ums. If I didn't if I wasn't verbose, I would literally be sitting there for 2 to 3 minutes thinking about what to say. Like I said, part of my reason for being so verbose is that abject fear of saying something that someone might get angry or upset about. Like using the word monkey when I think it's innocuous and it's not. Or having to take great pains to define the context that a word can be spoken in. That's probably also some other subtle part of it. I really want to be clear that I'm not misleading anyone. Like, you're saying things I would say, basically. You're verbose because you really dislike when stuff is misleading. Although usually I end up misleading people by accident because I forget 1 or 2 words, or I don't have the right point of reference for something I've said, and so it's just misleading anyway. So sometimes I fail anyway.
Penitent one.
I'm just trying to, like... I'm also combating brain fog. Yes, I know. The contribution the Brotherhood carries on. I also do experience brain fog ever since I've had COVID. Ever since I've recovered from it, brain fog is still, like, something I deal with. And so another part of my verbosity comes from... Well, a brain fog usually results in two ways when I speak. One is I'll forget what I'm talking about, but I remember what I was talking about. So I try to pick something else. I try to talk about something else in context of the subject, whatever subject it was I was talking about. And hopefully I get back to my original thought in my head, because I'm very bothered when I don't get to finish my train of thought. I'm upset. I get sweats really bad. The anxiety kind. Because I feel like an invalid when I can't finish my thoughts properly. And it sucks, and it's frustrating, and it's dehumanizing. And I'm kind of experiencing it right now. I suppose the other way it manifests is in the blank spots when I speak. Sometimes I'll go a few minutes in the stream every so often where I just don't say anything, because I've blanked out and I can't think of what else I want to say. Sometimes I have a list that I refer to. I try to read that list during break, but that doesn't always work. I also try to make it less obvious that I'm reading from a list to make sure that I have things to talk about. It doesn't always work. It's very frustrating. So I have a lot of factors working against me in terms of how verbose, like the verbiage I use, but I am working on it. All right, Isadora. We should have more than Actually, we should probably upgrade vials first. I believe we have enough on-hand tiers to do that. Because Isadora is a very nasty boss. And we don't, unlike last time, we don't have health flasks anymore. Additionally, with Isadora, we don't have access to prayers. She muffles our ability to pray.
I feel tired.
All right, Nascimento. Let's see you birth a man out of your chest. Painful.
The penitent one. Hurry.
And 12k, which we will get when we kill the boss. Assuming we don't die in the process. Because, oh my god, is Isadora a power creep in terms of how tough or difficulty spike. That's what I'm looking for. A difficulty spike in terms of the level. The way I view it is that the requirements used to get efficient at certain tasks related to knowledge, at some point they just make you verbose. Oh yes, that is something that I don't know if I think about it at the metacognitive level, which is about which is your statement. Like, it's addressing the metacognitive analysis behind why someone is verbose, thinking about why you might be verbose, and about all the connections between the various things that are involved in someone being verbose. But I do think about it from the level of how my STEM instructors describe it to me. If you are trying to present a complex scientific topic to a group of 400 or 500 somewhat uninterested people, you can't be wordy. You have to be concise. You can't say, hi, this is my name. I am blah, blah. Welcome to presentation on blah, blah, blah. You just have to go right into it. So today's topic was, or not today's topic, but there are quite a few different lead-ins for that, but the point is to try to lead people into the subject straight away and just immediately start discussing what you're there to talk about, and not anything else. No random tangents about jokes, no icebreakers, no stories unless they're relevant to the task at hand. Don't go off task, just the facts, Jack. Tell us what you want to know, and if you're there to persuade us, show us compelling evidence for why we should side with you, why we should believe what you have to say, take it seriously, and even act on it, especially if your scientific presentation is trying to simultaneously be a call to action, as they would describe it in the communications courses. You cannot. You have to, just make the compelling case for what you have to say with the evidence on hand that you have, that you collected, and your words, ideally in as small but still field appropriate as possible. I really like teaching people, and I learned how to simplify stuff for that purpose. However, when I talk normally, you talk verbose. Yeah, even when I'm that's the other thing. I talk to everyone this way. I think I talk less in the manner that we're discussing. Like, I'm less verbose with my sibling and my parents. But even then, with my sibling, sometimes I have to be verbose anyway. I have to be very careful because some things are a trigger. Some things make my sibling very uncomfortable. And I can't really directly reference them without them being emotionally distressed. So I just learned to dance around the subject. Same thing with, groups of friends. There's some terms that I just have to dance around when I'm around them. And by dance, I mean talk very carefully so I never directly reference what I'm trying to say, if it's a bother to them. I talked to a lot of girls in the last few months, and the ones that were available and you also liked, they didn't like the fact that everything you say is so centered on logic and that it's verbose. You mentioned you're verbose in order to be careful of what you say. This isn't happening in my case, or that is not happening in my case. No, and that's kind of where our stories are different. And that's perfectly fine. Let me make sure my next sentence requires that I take the previous ones into account more than usual. I would describe your logic as very Euclidean. It's very process driven. You need to understand every single step in what you specifically say, because the order of what you generally have to say is relevant. You need to know point A, B, C, D, and E to understand F. That's not a bad thing. I'm calling the observation as I see it when you talk to me. It's very sequential, and it's very efficient, and I agree with you. But people are generally inefficient creatures. You and I are different. Maybe not the same kind of different, but we are different compared to our peers. And that makes us hard to understand for very different reasons. But only if you take a long-term effort to learn to function that way. Yeah, a lot of people don't. A lot of people are very touchy-feely or have only an average amount of ability to be able to go through that many sequential steps of logic. Even I have my limits. I've grown to be a more touchy-feely person over the years, for better or for worse. I want to reach a point where you nail everything so much that you don't have to consciously think of fixing everything. Striving for perfection when you speak. That is what you consider to be perfection for a human. Don't we all? Well, actually, we're sitting here talking about it. I suppose not every human considers that to be a problem. Being perfectly broken would be the counterpoint that some people would make. That you don't think about what you have to say because you don't think of fixing what you have to say because you either don't see it as broken or accept it as broken, and it's up to the other human to be either just to understand your brokenness and interpret it accordingly, or you don't care. And you don't need to care because you're cocksure of yourself. You know exactly how you feel, and you march to the rhythm of your own drum. I'm not aiming for perfection in the way of not making mistakes. Right, I did want to make sure I was clear on that. I'm aiming for perfection in order of all the things I do. They won't degrade or fall apart, and will just improve without me consciously dragging myself to put in effort. Basically putting effort to improve without any sort of resistance whatsoever. Okay. It's not flawless, just the growth is without pain. And by this definition, I've reached this for a while, and you felt really content for the last few months because of that? Good. I'm glad to hear that. It means you've grown into the person you're supposed to be. You're exactly the person you're supposed to be. You might still experience some things that are going to test that, but that's part of the human condition. We all have things that test us, that put our logic, our reasons, our emotional strength and flexibility to the test. And to grow and to be affected by those things is to be human. To be anything else would be machine-like, or, or else you would be incapable of growth as a human being. And if you can't grow as a human being, you aren't going to make it very long in this world. You're not going to be able to adapt very well to your environment. Oh, right, we still have bones too. Yes, I know, we have bones. Do we? Please tell me we're able to sing. Alright. We're not able to sing, able to enter the place. Okay, just gonna make sure that we've resolved and or gotten to a reasonable place in our conversation. Isadora, unlike either Melquiades or Exposito, requires my full attention. And for those who have not been here before, you will soon see why. Just, again, reading everything very carefully. And setting the dimensions of my OBS stocks accordingly. Ultimately, we'll have to navigate this world our own way. And that kind of brings us full circle to some of the things I talked about earlier with, like, my guilt and stuff. Me carrying that cross of guilt, that perhaps even the self-imposed guilt, it's testing my emotional fortitude, my strength, my resilience, all of that. It tests all of that. and it asks me to assess myself based on my own emotional turbulence and the magnitude of my actions. And if I am broken by my own guilt, then I will have failed as a human being. I will not be able to grow past the problem, and I can't let that happen whatsoever. To be highly specific, some things don't just don't fix themselves if I don't consciously think about it. For example, before you started programming, if I didn't specifically actively think of learning programming or having a project that already requires it, I would have never programmed. I already identified the problems in my life effectively enough. My goal was not to have a resistance toward putting effort to fix the broken things. That makes sense. Just, you see a problem, you see a problem, you say, okay, I know how to fix it, I just do this, and this, and you do it, and the problem goes away. No additional problem shows up. No, well, the solution that you thought of, even though you knew this was how to fix the problem, it maybe only worked about half as well as you'd expect. I'm not reaching that state. There's one thing you didn't fix, which is making yourself go to sleep. Like right now. Oh, hey. You know, sleep is important. Sleep is good for your memory. Sleep is good for your actual bodily health. Go get yourself some sleep. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but if you need sleep, you don't have to wake up early tomorrow. I just don't want to keep you a nice sleep enough. Fair enough. You are the arbiter of your own schedule. Thank you very much for talking. I really do appreciate that. You've helped me a lot more than you know. Both in terms of the actual things we discussed and just keeping my mental sanity in check. Talking to yourself on Twitch sucks. Talking to a camera without confirmation that something is speaking back to you is maddening. At least for me. Maybe not everyone feels that way, but I feel that way. And you've made me not feel that today. So I thank you. I experienced that. Used to stream about 1.5 years ago. Yeah, I know. You and I have talked about that, I think at length once or twice. Yeah. And it had streams of just talking to yourself. And it's like, you know what you want to say. You think about these things all the time, but it's talking out loud. And it's like letting people in to that thought process, because that's what you're expected to do. You're expected to have little to no free space of silence without it being structured for some reason. Like when I have lapses in silence in my content, that's bad. If I say here, I'm going to let you guys listen to this music because I think it's cool, that's structured silence, which is more fine, I guess. Honestly, I did a good job at maintaining people, but sometimes people just either went in to lurk or didn't come in at all for some reason. Yep, of which I myself have been guilty. Guilty as charged. Mainly for worse. But that's in the past. And I can either spend my time flagellating about it, or I could let it go. I like to stream in the future again, but getting an audience is so difficult. And audio stuff is a bit of a mess as well. Tell me about it. Or, don't. But the choice is yours. But audio mixing for 2 computers sucks. So much. I so wish I could just hit a switch and have it all set up for me. But I have to learn it. I have to go through the pain. And that's what I'm going to do. It's just going to take me time because I'm busy. And when I'm not busy, I would like to actually be a vegetable for a few hours. I like to actually turn off my brain. I'm often commented on in my family as being the person who almost never shuts off their brain. If there's something serious to talk about, I talk about it. If there is nothing serious to talk about, I make it something serious to talk about. I seek conversation. Like, actually stimulating conversation. Not just, how's the weather? Or, how are you doing today? Those are nice bits of conversation, but they're so hollow. It's not actually engaging. I like to actually either problem solve or discover new problems to solve with my conversations. And that makes me a very overactive person when it comes to my brain in my family. Many people are annoyed by it. I would be more inclined making programming tutorials or self-help on YouTube, or making funny skits, or making videos of documenting your experiences and learning certain skills like game dev or tricking. Honestly, after I'm done working on the game I'm working on, I want to do some research on how difficult it is to start a company. Ooh, big project. What kind of company are you thinking about? I proved to myself that I can do anything that isn't biology related. I'm sure I'm capable of figuring out how to run a successful business. I bet you're a very logically driven man. Capable of working out many numbers, I'm sure. Lots of math. All of it is procedural, to put it succinctly. And if you are a man of procedure, which you've said multiple times that you are a logic-driven person that follows things in sequence, so I highly believe my own statement, you will be able to run your business, I would say, almost no problem. The problem won't be you. It'll be a combo of some other employees, whoever you work with, and whatever laws your country decides to throw in your way in terms of starting a business. Likely some software company. I just need to learn the important bits, know who to hire, what to invest in, make some tests. Give it a year, we'll see how it goes. I look forward to it. Hopefully in a year, I'll be able to at least get that much out of you. Owning your own business is very busy work. My sibling is maybe trying to start their own business. However, I'm sure that's very mentally demanding. Yeah, and you're going to have to deal with people. And maybe people that you've already alluded to before as not really having the tolerance for your very, very highly logical explanations, as you've already alluded to in your own statements. And very time-consuming, so I'm not going to do that during uni, most likely. Only going to do research. Yeah, right now, I want to research if it's even possible to run a business. Should be. That makes money. That might be harder in today's times. Like, especially the post-pandemic world that we live in now. It's... COVID-19 really shook up a lot of stuff. Like, yeah, all the concepts are there. Like, you were still people still train on how to operate in resource-scarce environments. But it is definitely different now because the world is more scarce than it has ever been before, and there are a lot more roadblocks to being able to trade successfully with certain other countries than ever before. It feels like the whole world is unraveling at the seams. That we're exiting an era of globalization and slowly making our way back towards the times spoken of in the epic Beowulf, like the long story, where people had to identify what region they came from, and they were hardly let past the border. Feels like we're headed back towards those times, and it seems very cyclic. Even if the circumstance in which we enter it is completely different than what's imagined. If I can achieve anything, I think having a company is a good move, because I can reduce your work hours so you have free time. Exactly. By delegating, to your other, hopefully equally skilled employees, or at least somewhat skilled employees. And hopefully employees that'll like to work for you, because you will treat them well. Treat them with the respect that they're supposed to have. Treat them like they're a valued asset and not a tool to make money. Because if you do all that, which I know you're capable of, whether or not you do that is on you, if, in fact, you do all that, you will have a good team running behind you, ready to help you every step of the way. Why do I say this? Because I, too, am working toward, ultimately, humanist worldview, that's good. Hold that view close to your heart. Especially given today's world. Hold it in your heart. Don't let it go. For those who maybe don't know that much about me, this is kind of the last thing I'll say before getting ready to fight Isadora. It would be truly difficult to design a company where people aren't the most important part. Agreed. I am in school to be basically a cellular and molecular scientist. That's what I'm studying. That's my degree. I'll have a specialty. Haven't figured that out yet. But eventually what I want to do with that knowledge is to own a international consultancy firm whose job it is to research the various aspects of biodefense that would affect us as a species. So, for example, if a species were to space travel here, figure out that we have several different species of cordyceps. Cordyceps is a type of fungus, and they learned how to engineer that fungus and used it on us to create a scenario kind of like The Last of Us, where it was a cordyceps infection that took over the world, and rendered it like as you see it in the game. That's what that is cordyceps. My job would be to study that, study the likelihood that is to happen, and to formulate a defensive strategy before that starts, including, but not limited to, potential vaccines that we could take to inoculate us against the effect before it happens. As well as countermeasures that we could take that don't necessarily involve medicine. Of course, I would not be working alone. I would be researching the theories, like the potential theories. My partner in crime would be a biosecurity specialist, and those who work in biosecurity deal with the actual logistics of implementing the potential solutions we provide. Where if my proposed solution is to inoculate the population with a vaccine, the biosecurity specialist would say, okay, here are the most efficient ways to do that. Here are the most efficient ways to inoculate the population in a way that will actually work within the accordance of the government, whatever government that's there. In our case, we would be working with multiple governments around the globe and probably working latitudinally that way. Multilaterally. That's the word I'm looking for. Working multilaterally with other companies and other countries, and no one country would own us. We would be an independent body that would ideally be very desirable for governments to get in contact with. However, there's a caveat to that, and I'll read that sentence in just a moment, promise. The caveat to that is biosecurity is a very, very, very dangerous thing to leave in the hands of people who don't live with and aren't in your country. Potentially because those same people might turn out to be bioterrorists who would use your own government against you in order to essentially press gang them into whatever agreement you want. There are very good reasons to keep biosecurity in-house. So part of my hurdle for this would be to overcome that somehow by saying the benefits outweigh the risks. There is a good likelihood that something will happen that will cause us humans to have to band together and implement this biosecurity or biodefense solution. Something along those lines. That's going to be very difficult. And I'll probably spend many, many, many years, at least a decade, working within the U.S. government in the meantime. Oh yeah, I'm a very difficult person to keep up with. Let me make sure I go back and actually read everything you said. But But I think the only way you can achieve that is with very, very on-point knowledge, having a very good grasp over what effect is caused by what event. Believe it or not, being very, very efficient allows you to lay back and leave your employees an easier time and treat them as humans and live a nice life. Exactly. It's really very simple. You just stack up permanent upgrades until you can lay them back as much as you need. Makes sense. And that's a very good, highly structured worldview. If you hold that close to heart, and you do everything else that's asked of you with whatever research you come to find about owning a company, I think you'll do great. I did listen to what you said about your idea for a company. I found it a bit difficult to listen to everything as I was typing at the same time. From what I understood, you want to lead some sort of initiative to prevent bioterrorism. You can't prevent it. But yeah, essentially I would be the counter bioterrorist. I would be the person who is studying ahead of time the same kinds of things that a bioterrorist would try to use use as a weapon for whatever reason. And it would be a worldwide initiative instead of a country-led initiative. Which, as I've already explained, but we'll explain again, very problematic because it can be a national security risk. Like, all those things have to be balanced out. So I'm not even sure my idea would work. So I have a lot more research to do. So the equivalent of security specialists in IT, but for biochemical stuff? Exactly. Whether it be someone engineering a fungus, someone engineering a virus, someone engineering a prion that's a fragment of a virus, specifically the protein part, that can cause infections. Mad cow is an example of a prionic infection. It is usually fatal. If such thing existed before COVID, you'd think is there a chance that COVID would have been prevented? The real easy answer to that is I don't know. Probably not. Because there are always going to be people working in secret on things they're not supposed to. There's a good chance the US was involved in it as well, depending on what kind of news sources you believe. All I'll say on that front, without getting more specific, is the NIH keeps very good records. If records go disappearing on a public health website in regards to specific inquiries about the virus, there's a good chance the NIH might have been involved, like the U.S. National Institute of Health, for those who don't know. Which means that they were working in accordance with bad actors from the Chinese government. It would be a manufactured, bioweapon, the likes of which the world would have never seen. It would be a very big national scandal for us, the U.S. But in terms of actually answering your question, I don't know. It depends on how seriously people take that, or if people are going to do to whatever firm I make and say, nah, we're not going to listen to you. We know what's best for our people. Don't get in the way of our affairs. Like, we're a sovereign country. We have rights. You can't just dictate to us what you do or don't do. And I suppose that would be the difference. I would say we're a consultancy firm. You ask us to help out with your problems. You come to us for solutions. We're not the WHO, where it's like it's a group of countries all banding together around a common cause, and you have all this internal politicking. That wouldn't happen. Or I should say, it wouldn't happen the same way. In terms of the way it's unfolded in the WHO, where it seems kind of likely that China put some real sincere pressure on, I think his name is Tedros. That's the guy who oversees the WHO, who put some severe pressure on Tedros to kind of softball punishments for China. But we're veering way off course. not trying to assign ownership of anything. Simply saying stuff like COVID would be exactly the kind of thing that I would research beforehand. Because infectious coronaviruses are not new. And they are easily weaponizable. COVID-19 is proof, but before that, you also had MRSA. You also had the one before that. At least one of those was also a coronavirus. And an outbreak of that would have been just as deadly if it had happened, I don't know. I think MERS was like, what, 2016? Maybe a little bit before that? And there was one before that that was in like 2012. I'd have to go back and research to know for sure, because I really don't want to be talking out of my own ass. Just, excuse my French. And sorry to French people. It's an expression. I lost what I was going to say. So I'll just say, short answer, no. Or probably not. But you never know. We can never know the road less taken. We can never know what happens once we choose a path. If an initiative had been pushed for an independent worldwide agency that much sooner, that isn't relying on a coalition of countries, but is in fact a private, perhaps even corporate entity whose sole business interests depend on the health and well-being of the countries that they advise over, you should do this, 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 and this, and whether or not you do that is up to your people, not to us. If a push had been advised for that 20 years ago, there may have been a chance we could have prevented COVID. Maybe. But that's not what happened. We're in the world of now, where health science is highly politically polarizable, and because people took the actions that they did, they doubled down on certain things that were untruths. You had people who overreacted. You had people who were rightfully angry that people were being misled or led astray, or perhaps some policies in regards to combating COVID-19 were draconian and completely overbearing, and some policies did not go completely far enough. Either way, there was a very, very complicated, convoluted sequence of actions that multiple people took in order to create the mess we have now. And the only way we're going to get past that moving forward is to say the current system isn't that great. Yes, it has the potential to do this, this, and this in terms of health for the human species, but it isn't, for whatever reason. Either because countries are at war with one another, or because there are economic interests that are a conflict of interest for one or more countries that implement the solution. Whatever that case might be, it renders the WHO a little more than an official spokesperson who says you should do this. And we have ways of maybe talking to countries who would sign on and agree that we should do this, this, and this. And you might have to if you're signed on with the WHO. But that's about all they can do, and they can't do it in a way that would violate US, or not US, but perhaps any one country's sovereignty. If they did, and the WHO is in talks on several kinds of laws that would violate individual country sovereignty, you would see a massive drop in WHO attendance. I think there's like 192 or 4. It's either 192 or 194 countries that are signed on with the WHO, and there are kinds of policies, there are kinds of discussions going on that would challenge individual countries' sovereignty if they get passed in the courts or debate halls of the WHO and it gets signed by Tedros, or anyone else who has to sign off on it, you would see a massive drop in people who agree that worldwide coordination on health is important, because that's what the WHO is worldwide coordination on health. Well, it's the Worldwide Health Organization, but you get my point. The reason these countries sign on is because the mission is we are better at solving worldwide health crises together rather than apart. We would rather save the whole human species, or as close to it as we can manage, than say everybody in it for themselves. May the most inventive person win. And in the meantime, if someone is doing a profiteering racket off the solution they've made to a worldwide epidemic, well, then so be it. But that's neither here nor there. Well, actually, it's a lot of there, but I suppose you get my point. There's just a lot that I think about when it comes to whether or not an idea like mine, where a company or like a consultancy firm that says, hey, we're an alternative to the WHO, do we have as much power? No. I didn't manage to follow along after the first few minutes. I'm going to bed now. My apologies. It sounds like I need to lower my speaking rate a lot. Something else for me to work on. Thank you very much for sticking around to this point. Get some good sleep. Sweet dreams. Just very sleepy? Gotcha. That's fine. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for talking with me. Especially with as serious as some of what today's discussions got. Thank you. I'll see you next time. Get some good sleep. And with that, we're gonna fight this boss. My apologies for everyone. When I get to talking on my soapbox, when I get to talking about something specific like that, I tend to want to finish my thoughts, and I can kind of go 50 miles a minute in my head when it's something that I've invested kind of like almost a little more than a decade of my life doing. I was training to be a farm tech before that, and then I realized how hollow of an existence being a farm tech was, and decided I wanted to go into research and development, and that led me to thinking about what kinds of research I wanted to do. I've expended a lot of my life's existence on this, so I'm very opinionated, and I do my best to keep my ear to the ground for things that for things I'm interested in, like this, like COVID, because COVID-19 was this profound virus that we still don't really understand. We are kind of narrowing in on the truth, but we're not quite there yet. People are being stonewalled at every turn. We don't know if there's been we can guess that there might have been tampering with the genetic sequence, but we don't have any proof that the Chinese did it. We don't have any concrete proof, that the U.S. National Institute of Health or other individual companies that work with anyone associated with the National Institute of Health were involved. We don't have any of that. So the best we can do is guess based on what little we do have. And even then, those are all still ongoing investigations. They're very sensitive. And I just care about this stuff a lot. To wrap it all up in one nice little ring, I care about this stuff a lot because it affects us as a whole species. We cannot be so dysfunctional that we are withholding information from one another because of one interest or another over a virus that could kill all of us. A virus that is 1% fatal, or has a 1% mortality rate, killed 1 million or more American citizens and countless many other citizens of other countries. It's killed a lot of people. Imagine what a virus with a 10% mortality rate would do to all of us, or some other disease that had a 10% or 37% mortality. It would break us as a species. And we desperately need to get out of that. And we need to do that in a better way than what we have been doing. Old systems are becoming inundated and beyond the point of repair. We have to examine whether or not the WHO or some of these other international organizations can effectively do their job given the climate, given the geopolitical climate of the world right now. Maybe it would be better if instead we were anonymous and not really owned by any one country. That was supposed to be the ideal with the WHO, but when multiple countries are involved, inevitably geopolitical interest gets involved. It becomes a very exhausting quagmire. Speaking of exhausting, I'm exhausted of talking about this, so let's fight. Isadora, let's do this. She is a two-faced fight. Wow, she even pierces through the prayer. Nice. I'm just sitting there spamming, waiting for her to come, like, waiting for her to come back to the world of the living, and I just cannot. That's okay. Thankfully, this boss is not like that many others. We don't really have the potential of dying on the way back to her. We just had the potential of being unable to really heal ourselves. I'm thinking Seda Dolorosa might actually be a touch better for this fight. I think we can reasonably use it for phase 1. I do not know about phase 2. I'm still learning things about all the fights, guys, and all the content in general. Right. No! Not good. Oh, she is so fast. She is so fast with those dash attacks. We haven't even gotten to the point where we actually need to use our flasks yet. We have time for maybe 2 more attempts before I take a break. I know that
the miracle is taking us away. One up.
Sorry, I thought I had something stuck in my teeth there. I thought for sure, she's just very fast. I believe I blanked out on what I was going to say again. Oh, right. Prayers aren't exactly... Our prayers are effective, but Seda Dolorosa and Tianto to Your Thorned Hairs solve very different problems. No. Right. I have that silly sword core. I might need to adjust it. Inventory. Right, we don't even have any executions. Part of the virtuous pain. We don't have any other ones that we would like to use at this time. That extra second makes all the difference. Yeah, you should always change out your sword cores, ladies and gentlemen. Don't do what I did. Like, we've been dealing with a lot of enemies, or we've been dealing with a lot of overworld travel, right? And dealing with a lot of trash. When you're dealing with a boss like this, that Heart of Saltpeter blood, or molten, like, boiling blood or whatever it is. Really? Oh, dash. 1, 2. Okay, that's 2. Okay, she will spin like that twice. Okay, doing it again. Ah. Two, 3. Ah. Nope, get away from that. 1, 2, 3. She should be coming right about now. Ah, and I ran into it like an idiot. Okay, she's gonna enter phase 2 there. Isadora's not an easy fight, ladies and gentlemen. Isadora requires some level of focus to get right. I know, I say that about all the Blasphemous bosses, but Isadora really kicks this up another notch because of the fact that you can't pause during her fight, so you can't switch prayers. You're stuck with what you bring in. Additionally, she muffles your prayers so that sometimes they just don't work. Which makes sense. She's constantly intoning a prayer, and it only sometimes manages to cut through. It still makes it very annoying. So you can't use your typical protective effects, because she will just ignore them sometimes. So you have to use something else. So there's definitely some level of adaptation going on. You also have to get very good at, like, not overcommitting to a combo. You barely get the time for a 4-hit combo. You usually get time for the 3-hit. It's similar to fighting the 3rd phase of Chrysanta, where Chrysanta is... Oh, that was good dodging. Where the 3rd phase of Chrysanta gets very explicit. And the cues get a lot faster. You don't have much time. You kind of have to know what's happening beforehand. One, 2, 3. We're getting there slowly. 1, 2. She should transition around this point. Yeah. Four. And you got to be careful about the flame at the center of the room. Wow, and yeah, she has no problem chaining attacks together. And you can't exactly pray. Yeah, phase 2, you really just gotta tighten up. You gotta know exactly what you're doing. This could be a whole stream. This really could be a whole stream. We're gonna go one more time, and then I'm gonna take a break afterwards, and we'll continue pressing on. We don't have to fight Isadora right now. Isadora is probably one of the fights I'm going to save to be on camera again. Other fights and other tasks, not so much. I will probably try to get some other stuff completed so that we can sort of move on. We have seen most of this already. Oh, I keep going back and forth on this. Or it's like, I want you guys to see the experience, but I don't want to bore you with several repeat playthroughs. I'm very happy to just give you the end, and we can move on. That was close. This should be phase 2. Forget that she pulls them all that way, and I was perfectly fine on the floor. Alright, I said we would take a break, regardless of how long it was, even though I so desperately want to continue now. It's not funny. We're gonna take a 5 to 7 minute break. I gotta answer nature's call. I'll leave that up to you to determine what that means. Definitely feel free to take at least 90 seconds to stretch, to grab a drink, to have a snack. And that will be the end of that. See you guys after this commercial break. I am back. I am so sorry about that. I had to go plate dinner. As we can see, I did in fact have to take a 10-minute break, and I am very, very sorry. Basically, if my ability to generate another ad comes back, I have spent too long on a break. Let's give a couple more attempts at this. We'll go for another 16 minutes. And if we can't get Isadora down then, we will go do some other stuff. Try to be stronger, better. And we'll figure out what to do about our slathering pile of guilt. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their intermission, by the way. Oh, I about ran into that. Well, she put that to bed pretty quickly. I believe you have to... You actually... When she puts her scythe down to the ground like that... I think I've covered this once already, but we do have to parry that. You can't, you can't duck, and you can't... I think you can do, like, a high jump to get over it, but I believe you're supposed to parry it. Your timing just has to be deadly specific. Made worse, inevitably, by the fact that, you know... Our parry window is already only but so loose. That extra second makes a world of difference. Let's get to it. Oh, it's 2 minutes for an attempt. Two. Okay, careful. You know what? I'm fine with that. That was too much health lost during phase 1. Just kill me, Isadora. Sing to me, and I might join you in death and sing your song. It's such a pretty song, by the way. It's not exactly, it's not like a Picasso or anything, but it is nice chanting. Even if highly repetitive. But I guess that's the point. Alright, Isadora. I'd like to put Lady to rest. I can't pause. I'm sorry for the sneeze. Frick. Colored dots don't help whatsoever. Ugh. Alright. I'm just not paying enough attention. Attention to detail, coin. It makes you or breaks you. I've imposed a time limit, so it would be karma for me not to get it within the time limit. I already tend to do very badly in timed events for that reason. I know, I'm a person that obsesses about timing. It has to be perfect. Just right. When I propose to my spouse, I want it to be because I've prepared such a tear-jerking moment that they cry when I propose to them. It'll more likely be me crying to them for failing, but that's... I'm so obsessed with needing everything to be perfect that, especially for something I deeply care about, that the way it pans out is that I try too hard and I force things to happen that probably have no business happening. Sorry, I'm probably just grunting in your ears, being a pig, having a grand old time. I'm not. I'm frustrated at myself. I got it. So, here's what's gonna happen, okay? I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna come in next week. We're gonna be able to do this first try, and I'm gonna be hella upset that I could do it on my first try when I come back, because I won't be under duress for... I won't be under duress. I won't be trying to do it in time. I'll just be focused. I'll have no one to talk to, so I can just play the game. I'm gonna be mad about it. Alright, phase 2. Oh, I was too close. Too many fireballs in my general direction. I just have to use Tiento to your thorned hairs. Phase 2 just has too many projectiles on the screen. Way too many projectiles on the screen. I have to use Tiento to your thorned hairs to conquer that. I guess I could also technically replace this with something that lets us tank fire a little better. Let's see. I think we get 3 segments instead of 4 when it comes to farm. Alright, let's that's electrical attacks. I'm looking for... Nope. Not the right one. Kiersey's... Yeah, Kiersey's Scorched Bead. That's what we're looking for. We have time for one more attempt. Well, let's get this done. I don't know why I thought I had to go into conservation mode there. Okay, 40 seconds. we can lock in one tiny, tiny little attempt. If we do it. I have to remember, I got flasks. We got flasks. Let's use them. In fact, I could probably use the flasks a little loosely. I could use that to push one phase, although really there's no reason to in phase 1. Everything is very rhythmic. It becomes a lot more chaotic during phase 2. Yeah, very chaotic during phase 2. You kind of have to use it. Frick. Really? That was cheap, Isadora. That was cheap. I'm taking a vengeance retry for that. Super cheap. She just spawned, and within like a second, she immediately went for her flaming uppercut. Yeah, like a flaming jump. Or like a vertical sweep. Whatever you call those things. She went for vertical attack within 1 second. I barely had enough reaction time. We're going again. Really, I should just not be bad, and then that accidental uppercut wouldn't have meant anything, but I don't care. This one is out of vengeance, Isadora. Oh, I had an itchy eye. Not okay, Isadora. I'm so close. I'm so close. Isadora, you're the only one that makes me feel these intense emotions, longing for your defeat. You truly are the songstress of the dead. I will not buckle under your yoke. I know what I said. I changed my mind. We will go till the end of stream if that is what we have to do to kill her. Forever. This will be the last time we fight her, as a matter of fact. Well, not this time. This will be the last repetition of the game we play where we fight her this way. You died today, Isadora. Be at peace. Oh, okay. I'm glad to have that hurdle behind me. Great Guardian, what have you to say?
Penitent one, a song was formed by the stories, creating a psalm of shadows, the voice. Bring the bones.
We already defeated the truth they kept silent. Okay. Oh, I almost want to conclude right there, but we probably have enough time to try to get to Melquiades and take care of them? Him? Him. I believe that it's a male that they've taken to bury. Alright, before I forget, we do not need this heart. Instead, we will get the... let's see. Lowering their defense. Edge vibrate, causing attacks to destroy certain material projectiles. We don't really have that. Interesting. Interesting. If we really wanted to just, like, go lean all in on Seda Dolorosa, we could totally do that. And in fact, I think I will. So, like, this attack is not very good, but we don't really care about that. Let's, try to deal with Melquiades before moving forward. Do not need Kirce's Scorched Bead. Instead, we will pick up, on the big bead of blue wax. And the goal will be to try and get to Melquiades and kill them before continuing. Is it just me, or are those going very fast? Ugh. Like I said, there is no one who gets my, you know, emotions quite in an uproar like Isadora. Chrysanthemum maybe at a close second. That's just because they're hard fights. And if you aren't willing to use the kitchen sink, they will remind you to do so. They do not care about... Let's just jump down. Oh, Seda Dolorosa, don't fail me now. Sorry, I'm really just kind of, you know, Isadora shouldn't really be wearing me out, but she is. She did. Please tell me we have any one of the masks involved for this. We do not. Nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever. Okay. That's fine. Guess we'll try to find our way. Who have we not defeated yet? We defeated Exposito. We have not defeated Melquiades. We have not gone to the Wall of Holy Prohibitions. We don't even have the Mask of Dolphos. We need to either... We need to go through the Library of Negated Words. Yeah, because one of the masks is right there. We should have found it already. Might be a problem. Oh, very much a problem. I'm dead. I'm very dead. Big dead, medium dead, little dead, doesn't matter. I'm dead anyway. Do it again. This time with the correct prayer on. The only prayer that this game you ever need to function in this game is Tiento to your thorned hairs. This word, I do not... It does not mean what you think it means. Or I do not think it means what you think it means. Something along those lines. I don't know. I really don't know where I was going with that bit, by the way. Just for your information. Wow, nice. That hit so hard. Oh, did it do less damage when it was aerial? Really? I'm gonna take out my outrage on these archpriests. Just watch them putting their hands over their head like, oh no, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Oh, jeez. Oh, and by the way, the reason why we were going through and fighting these guys again is because for us to get the achievement with Redento and Cleophas, we actually need to free Sirocco. We need to free her the intended way. We cannot ease her suffering. Through more traditional means, we have to put her to an end. Nice, it didn't matter. I very nearly paid a price for that. Oh, spare me. We want to use this one. Okay, good. We have 12 minutes to get Melquiades, and I actually have 12 minutes to get the first mask and go defeat Melquiades, which we probably won't be able to do because reasons. Because I'm slow. Nah, I'm kidding. I have some faith. It's not a hard task. You just ride the elevator shaft to the top. For goodness sake, I surely hope I can do that in a 12-minute time period. I would be really upset if I couldn't do that in a 12-minute time period. Going to get this one first. Thank you, Crescent. And here we are. And what about the other direction? What is behind door number 2? Right, Mea Culpa Shrine. The altar of my guilt, from which I draw my sword and I derive my power. I derive my power entirely from the penitence, the true penitence of true guilt. Not sure who was taking that segment. I don't know. What do people think about guilt? We've talked about a good chunk of that today. And I feel like I'm flagellating myself over said guilt. It seems like a placebo where you think you feel the guilt and somehow you're making up for your actions, and you're not. Who's benefiting from your own guilt? Nobody. Not even you. You think you benefit and you don't. Oh, no. Get up there quick. Ah. Drop back down. Just gotta be real careful. You also gotta do it a certain way at a certain time. All without drawing all within a certain allotment of time. Okay, what prayer do we need? Probably Tiento at this point. And the Tiento has to be applied before you do the execution. Gotta get some draw distance. Alright. Here's one that I can happily wait for. I hate this. This wire is getting... Oh my god. Please don't go. Baby, come back. You could blame it all on me. I was wrong. And I can't live without you. Okay. So I convert the singing into talking. Eventually, because I'm bad at it. I beg for thy mercy. I'm not a minstrel. I'm not a bard. All I do is talk. I am an orator at best. And a charlatan at the worst. Actually, we should go back up so that we don't have to endure getting our stuff back. Why work hard when you can work smart? Once you get a certain combat rhythm going, it can be very, the game can be routine like that. Okay, we're probably good not to use a prayer right now. Right, with this guy, we gotta apply the blessing beforehand. Yeah, this would be the way to Melchiades. Although we can't actually kill... Right. If I remember correctly... How did we get the masks again? I think we gotta get all the masks. Actually, I don't remember. I don't remember if we get all the masks before Cleophas or after before we kill Melchiades or after we kill Melchiades. So I'm actually gonna stop here so I can remember that, like look into it. In the meantime, oh, we got quite a few sexy singles. No, I'm kidding. We have quite a few people we can totally go live shout. Wario wouldn't tell that dang robot later. I'll get into that. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. If you guys like this stream, please remember to follow. Please remember to leave a follow. Make sure your notifications are on so you don't miss this wonderful little stream. Please make sure to check your email. I always have a pre-stream message attached to your emails. Something you get with every single time that you leave a follow for your favorite streamer. If you guys liked the content enough to financially support me because you want to, feel free. I've already done all the major shilling. I'm just gonna say you guys can check out the links. Patreon coming soon. With benefits. Looking forward to that. With more on the way. There in the About Me section on Twitch. And if not, you'll be able to navigate to it through the link tree. And if something's not there, let me know. That way I can fix it. Although I will probably check later tonight. Other stuff. Right, streamers. You guys want streamers. Other streamers to go check out. I do not know. I do not know what some of these streamer titles are, but if you guys want random stuff happening every day, or nearly every day, even on somewhat of a schedule, check out Lobos Jr. Hopefully I'm spelling that right. Yep. They are playing... I cannot tell what they're playing by that alone. Looks like Overwatch, maybe? Probably, I don't know. If you guys want to just check out large streamers, definitely give them a check out. Then, additionally, if you guys want Magic the Gathering content, you guys like smaller streamers, check out a man named Ali Eldrazi. He is a very phenomenal Magic the Gathering player. I don't know his records per se, but he's done a lot of cool stuff with Magic the Gathering decks over the years. And he works for a company called Cool Stuff Inc. He does separate work for them. Definitely go check him out. He's worth your time. Just be aware, lewd stream alert. Even if it is tamped down due to YouTube algorithm, still, it's for adults. If you're under 18 but above 13, definitely don't just traipse into there without knowing what they talk about. It gets NC-17 or M for mature real quick. From 0 to 100 at the drop of a dime, excuse me. Am I spelling this right? Yeah, it looks like it. Is there an L? Yeah, there is an L. Okay. What else? If you guys want another smaller streamer, his name is Trogdor. He doesn't really show his face much anymore, but that's not important. The important part is the content. He mainly streams whatever he's playing. Right now, it is Wario's Woods. Later on, it will probably be Final Fantasy XIV. Definitely check him out, if for no other reason besides, hey, here's a streamer, I'd like to support them. I've been in there a number of times back when he was a more prolific speedrunner than he is now, which is 0. Yeah, check him out. Sometimes. He speedruns sometimes. And I have no idea if this Oreo Woods he's playing is something akin to a speedrun or not. Not important. Check him out anyway. There are other great content creators out there. You will find them on a Twitch search. I can only do so many shoutouts at once. Otherwise, if I did shoutouts for every streamer, I'd be here all day and all night for the next month and maybe not even get through all of them. There are a lot. And I am one but of many. If you guys, again, I appreciate you guys being here today. Before I go, we are going to roll for the next person to receive a free gift sub. I will probably whisper you in chat when we're done making the roll, and I will, verify that you're a human being first. Let us get that roll set up now. I'm just going to tabulate the number of people. Not counting myself and my bot. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks like there are 9 people in chat in the chat list or viewer list today. I do this once a month. So far, as long as my income will allow it. Every 15th of the month or so. We need a virtual die roller. And it is a 9-sided die rolling once. Okay, so I have to make sure I press the right one. So if I look at my log... Okay, I've got the person. I will talk to them once the stream ends. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to do myself the solid of... snipping that person's name. Got the name on my radar. Thank you guys again so very, very much. I will see you guys on Friday. Hopefully on time this time. Pointing my camera down. Yeah, hopefully I will see you guys on Friday with some more Grim Dawn. I do have an incoming test in about 2 weeks, so I'm thinking next Friday I might not be able to. Want to make sure I focus for the test on the following Monday, but that's a week from now. I will know when the chapter concludes how ready I am for that exam. All right, I think I've said what I needed to say. I'll either see you guys on Sunday with hopefully some Elden Ring, but if not, we'll find something fun to do. For those of you on our Discord, well, I might stream something later tomorrow. Something exclusive just for you. And for those of you planning on being on YouTube tomorrow, https://swirlingvortex09 that's a capital S .com. Go over there, subscribe. Give the videos a like. Liking the video and watching it helps more than a subscribe does. Because that's how the YouTube algorithm, works. I spoke about the YouTube algorithm. I bit my own tongue. In confusion, it was effective. Anyway, thank you guys so much. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. And this has been another stream of Blasphemous. We are approaching the end. Within 2 streams, it'll likely be over. We could decide if we want to do some more, or not some more, but do like the boss trial before we really, throw it in. Otherwise, we'll be ready for the next game. Speaking of the next game, here's an incentive for you to totally use your Twitch Prime sub so you could vote if you want to help pick the next game. I showed this earlier on Discord, but on stream. But you should totally use your Twitch Prime sub so you can get an invite to my Discord. I will forward you the link when you do it. And you can come suggest games. You can opt in for a vote. I need to figure out like exactly the rewards benefit, because that is technically a tier 2 Patreon benefit, but if it is a tier 1 Twitch benefit, then I have to figure out the difference. That's neither here nor there. Anyway, yeah, join the Discord. It's quiet right now. It's a mute free Discord. We have cookies. Okay, that last part was a lie. But anyway, yeah, check out the Discord. Just be willing to use your totally free Twitch Prime sub that comes with the Amazon Prime. You get 6 emotes. One of them is animated. And pretty soon I will have a better animated one to put in there. There are lots of sweet benefits. Totally do it. This is not a subliminal message. Anyway. Okay, enough joke shilling aside. Enough fake shilling aside. Thank you guys. I'll see you guys on Friday or Sunday. And with that, take care of yourselves. You're welcome here anytime. See you later. Take care, and bye-bye. Cheers.